Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Oh, the notifications are working again. Huge. Hello. Oh no. Have you tried not spraining your ankle or not falling down the stairs? I would recommend that. How's your health? My my airways feel a lot more blocked than they did yesterday, but I feel a lot better. Like, breathing is more of a challenge, but I'm not feeling as cooked, you know? Have you tried just breathing? Well, I'm sure as fuck trying right now, but it's not going too well. Uh, Hello. Hi, chat. I'm back. I'm Barack. Cam is Barack. Looks like shit. Well, fuck, my bad, I guess. Holy shit. Sorry. What the hell, man? Okay, fine. Sorry, I guess. My bad. There you go. I need to do one more of these, right? No. This is on the other account. I needed one more. Much better. Yep. Alright. Okay. Sorry. Sorry!
Final warning. Quick as a flash. Hero incoming. Yeah. Oof.
He's gonna do the thing, isn't he? Ah, that doesn't reach. I thought that was gonna reach. Cooked. Chat, do you guys want to know what I did yesterday after I ended stream? I got a new Slay the Spire mod called Genshin Spire.
Turning point in space. Controlled breathing. On. It's justice o'clock. Yeah. Headbutt. Volcano kablam. Yeah. Oof.
What does that even do? It's just a bunch of Genshin characters as Slay the Spire characters. And they're not very well balanced at all, actually. Specifically, and you're not gonna believe this one, Varessa is Omega broken. Like, she's so fucking strong. Show us. Maybe we'll play some Genshin Spire after the Genshin segment today.
The story has only just begun.
Oh, but honestly, it's not the best mod I've played. It's got a few problems.
Stop right there.
A turning point in fate.
Controlled breathing. Let. Hi. Hi.
Uh. Okay, business. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this. I have 13 days. Okay. What? Why did it? Oh, because it's a new week. Can you show your Dubai build? I suppose. Okay, let's that was long enough for the bit. All right.
Add
I suppose
Astra.
I can show my build.
Thank you for Add Astra.
Who is it on right now? Was it on Mika? I think it was on Mika, yeah. No. It was on Kutsing, right. This is the only part of it that's like meh. New meme 33. So true. Well, weapon? Harbinger. Anyways. Doesn't Sky only give 30? Sky gives 30, Harbinger gives 28, so that's 58. And then if I play her with Mona, that's another 15. So that's 73. No. Wait, what was the number? It was 48. No, was it 50? It was 58. So it's 73. Yeah. So I'm capped at 27 crit. I'm already overcapped. Without Mona, I'm only getting 58, so I'm at 91.8 crit rate. But it's okay. I might craft a goblet since I could get more crit rate. Because, like, this is ugly. Like, it's not bad, but it's really ugly, and I don't like that. ugly like you. What is it with you guys today? Why are you guys being so mean today? I feel like it's like more than usual. Deserved though. See, that's what I mean. TC community on edge. How much did you spend on Genshin? I'm not exactly sure. I stopped spending like 4 years ago at this point. That wasn't me, okay? I realize that that's bad timing for that to show up, but that wasn't me. Okay? Anyways. Okay, wait. We gotta check if our friend is online. Damn. Oh, it's another Anna. Kind of. Don't... That's not how that works. You know what? That works. This works.
Defensive mode engaged.
Be silent. Observe.
Enhanced animal module 75.
To
Animal
dust. Be silent. Close your eyes.
Let the world
Fear the dark.
Preparing for dust up.
Be
Stand clear.
silent. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
You know, every time she says preparing for dust off,
My research
I'm like,
has failed.
I think she's saying preparing for Dust Devil. And I'm like, oh my god. Are you gonna get your smoke mask so you can go do your Dust Devil Slayer task in the... Okay, sorry. Alright. Alright. Are you sure you don't have a fever anymore? Yeah. I think I'm good. I think you still sound sick. I'm still like, I'm not fully recovered, but I'm feeling a lot better. Wait, Hannah Montana plays Genshin? I know, right? That's crazy. Okay, where am I spending resin now? What's the next step of my Columbina prep? I've finished the world boss. We can't do the weekly boss yet. So what's next? Mora? I mean, yeah, but I can do that, like, I can always default to that. Leveling weapon, that's true. We gotta level the weapon. What weapon am I using on her? Probably 5 Codex. So we're gonna need to farm this. And we're Monday, so good. Why not Proto Amber? I have C1 Flens, so getting the extra energy generation is gonna matter a lot, I think. Allows me to go less ER on Flens. You have R15? No, it's R4. I just didn't refine it yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. But, I'm honestly not sure. Like, maybe I should go Proto Amber, because maybe I can go Proto Amber with HP Sands. But that seems a little difficult. I think it's a good idea to have both available, though, honestly. It's not like it's that expensive to level a weapon. You should legit work out how much HP you have if you can cap out the buff. I mean, you cap out the buff by default with HP Sands. And if I have to go ER Sands with Proto Amber, then just go 5 Codex. Although, I say that, but don't I have like an insane ER Sands and like a not really, yeah. I have an insane ER Sands and I don't have an HP Sands. No, but I'm going off piece on my Sands, right? Yeah, I'm using this. Yeah. This is what I'm doing, right? I remember now. We're using this, yeah. God, this Columina build is so fucking good, man. I forgot. But yeah, so we have HP main stats, so we're gonna go, probably gonna go Fav. Not using the news, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry.
Cleanup sequence in it.
Absorption test.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Be silent.
That scared the shit out of me, sorry. Do you recommend Colomina if I only have Llama as non-cry 5-star? I think it kind of depends. Because I think that Colomina Llama, I haven't looked enough at the Colomina Llama Hyper Bloom yet. Colomina Llama, like, Vape, I think is very good. But I don't know how good the Hyper Bloom one is. And with Vape, it just doesn't fucking work at all without Durin. Right?
Close your eyes. To dust.
So I'm not entirely sure. You gonna do calcs today? Yeah. Ooh, also, that's really nice. What the hell? But that's actually one of the things we could look at. Hyperloom Columbina without Inefa. In that team, you probably trigger more Lunar Bloom than Lunar Charge, right? So she'd probably have the Lunar Bloom one. We need more than that, right? We need 4 golds, 9 purples. Yeah, 4 golds, 9 purples, which is another 3 golds, so 7. So it basically has to say, I'm not gonna say it. 7 or a little bit less if we get lucky with our things.
Animal hypostate.
Observe. Close your eyes. Night falls. Observe.
What the hell? Don't say it, chat. Don't say it.
Cleanup sequence initiate.
Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark? Be silent. Close your eyes. To dust. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
My cloud was gone. Okay. I like the number memes. They were so whimsical. I disagree. I don't think they're very whimsical. Will C0 or 0 Varessa clear third boss in Stage and Onslaught with Durin, Fischl, and C2 Chavez? Probably, yeah. Didn't you send Nick a 6-7 video recently? No. I sent him a screenshot whenever there's numbers in the games I play. But like, it's not because I think it's funny, it's because I know he's gonna laugh. Right? I'm being the bigger person and bringing myself down to his level in our friendship. Okay? Okay. What? Why are you only defaulting to 1 when I need 4? Oh, is it so that it doesn't... I see. It's so that it doesn't yoink. Right. Wait, I didn't even do the other ones. I'm an idiot. Oh god. Do I really not have enough of these? I think it's the first time I've ever, like, oh, no. I do have enough of Do I? No, I don't. Wow. That's fucking crazy. Unless Dory, like, shows up for me here. Okay, Dory kinda showed up for me, actually. Yeah, okay. Dory's the goat. Holy shit. Yeah, I would never. True. Move over, Fischl. New Yai PvP has dropped. Yai versus Fischl is so 2024. Now it's Yai versus Dory. Let's also make a proto amber.
No wonder you were master.
Wait, that's the wrong one. Should I buy the NRE? No. I can just get it from reputation. I don't want to minus 50k. How long has it been since I've been here? What the fuck? All right. He's been ignoring reputation. Yeah, I've kind of been overlooking it. Why use prototype amber if you get real amber for free in the story? God. Holy shit. I didn't even think about that. Okay. So yeah, I have like nothing for this. That's fine. What else do I need to work on? Bro was angry because I refunded his 500k. He really wants it gone. Understandable. A weapon is Ino on? Right now she's on 5. I guess Ino's gonna be benched on this account, right? Once I get Columbina. Yeah, like her only purpose is gonna be IT. Speaking of which, I should probably do IT. I don't think I'll do it today, though.
What should I choose?
Lud, why do you care so much about knowing when I'll do the fucking stupid event? I don't want to miss it.
Add astro.
Listen, if you like hide and seek so much, why don't you do it? Thoughts?
Add astro.
Why don't you do it for me, huh? How many standard wishes do I have saved up now? Okay. I have 20k primos right now. Okay. Alright. 20k primos. 30 wishes. And I don't think I have much Star Glitter, right? Yeah, only 64. I mean, it's 12. It's not even enough to like 100% guarantee Colomino, right? Like that's 140 wishes? So there's technically still a chance I fucking... It's a bit more than that. 150. Oh, you're right. I have a Welkin right now, so by the time the banner is out, I'll have enough. That's true. That's true, that's true. Columbina's patch gives around 90 wishes. It's not actually 90 wishes. It's 90 wishes if you do everything. But I have to keep up on 2 accounts. So generally I don't do everything. I do the like time limited primos, but I don't do the like standing ones that'll stay there after the patch. So I'll probably be missing out on like 30 of them. Sure you do. On this account I do, because you don't have access to it. You know? Like I did this by myself, you know?
Today's recommendation, haven't you steak?
There's a strange wanderer in your building.
Anyways. Hmm. No, I don't think there's anything I need to do here, right? Why is my Slay the Spire streamer talking about Genshin? True, actually. Just put the IT in the bag. Can I enter right now? Or do I need to work on leveling anyone? I can enter right now. Alright, this one is not gonna happen. Could it happen? Probably not, right? We don't have MC here, so that's +1. So we need 5 more. Where does it say who the guest stars are? Like, if you don't have them leveled, is it just... Do you have to, like, enter so that it tells you? Okay, yeah, so, like, I have Mona. I could level Mona. You do have MC? Oh, you're right. I do have MC. Oh, yes, I need 5 more Cryo, Pyro, or Animo characters. Do I have that? Probably not, right? Sucrose. Chi-Chi. No, not even close.
What?
Jean and Lon. Oh yeah, did I forget the animal ones? Am I an idiot? You're right. Jean, Lanyan. Yeah, but we still need 1 more, right? So we're cooked. Alright, because Mona I was already counting because I'm 16 out of 22, so I need to level 6. But I saw Mona in the guest stars, so that's 1. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 21 out of 22. MC's already on Nanamo. Pull Yahoda. I could, but no. Mannequin? I don't think Mannequin is allowed to enter. Get Gumming on Varissa's banner. You know, going for Varissa's banner a little isn't even bad, because if I get Chaveurs, I'm like really happy. And if I get Varissa, short term, it's really nice. Right? But it's not a great long-term idea. Right, like if I get an early Varissa, in the long term, it's gonna slow down my Dire Clear a lot. Who do you want Chaveurs for? Right now, she doesn't do much, but she's really nice to own. Right? Because, like, not having Chaveurs means that if they ever release an Electro or Pyro carry that is good on Chaveurs teams, I can't go for them unless Chevaliers is on banner, because I just straight up don't have her, right? Is this your main account? No, it is not. You don't have Seat Lali, Chevaliers is good for your Malika. That is true, actually. Like, that's a good point. Like, in the short term, Chevaliers would be really useful for my Malika. I hadn't thought about that. That's actually really, really true. Oh. Fuck, you might be able to convince me then. Because my Malika team feels awful right now. But, like, it's strong, but it's just not fun to play. But then it's less pulls for R1 and Silali. What do you mean R1 and Silali? You mean like for Malika? I mean, that's assuming I get spooked by an early 5-star, right? Like, I gotta think about it this way. How much value would Chevaliers bring to my account, short-term and long-term? Both if I do get spooked by an early 5-star and if I don't. And is that risk worth taking? C0 Chevaliers isn't worth it. I mean, I don't know. Because, like, I'm on 0 pity right now, right? Does it allow you to clear more content, though? Not content that gives me rewards. Because I can already clear pretty much all the content that gives me rewards, except IT. But one more character is only gonna make the difference right now for this specific IT.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness.
And I could also try to just spend my standard wishes and try to get another character that way. Like, I'm on... You know what? Let me get to 4-star pity here. See if I get someone that lets me enter IT. On this account, I do the standard wishes on stream if I want to. So this is guaranteed 4-star. Character that can enter IT that I don't already have? Nope, not quite. That's fine.
And complexity of humanity.
That's fine. That's fine.
The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire.
That's true. That's true, Zajef. Ignore the messages that are making fun of you. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth your ire, Zajef. You're better than this. Ignore the alms. Ignore the has. Let's pay back for the Columbine artifact. I'm gonna show them again, just because fuck you. This is like my worst piece, I guess. This one's a little sad. Like, it's good, but it's a little sad. Long term, this could be a reroll target, but I don't know if I want to reroll for Columbina's gear. Not enough ER. She's on Fav. And in Flynn's teams, ER requirements are a little bit lower because of Electro Resonance. No, you use a new artifact set? Not in the Flynn's team. The new artifact set is only going to be used on Columbina if you're using her with the buy. In Flynn's team, she wants to go Serenade because Inefa deals more damage, so you'd rather have her on the new set. And in Nefer teams, one more support set is a lot better than a damage set on anyone, and if you're gonna put a damage set on someone, it's better on Llama than on Columbina. But your best bet is Serenade and Deepwood split between Llama and Columbina, and whatever your last slotted on Instructor, if it's a character that can trigger Instructor. If they can't trigger Instructor, so like if you're using Sucrose, I'm not sure Sucrose can, I think it'll depend on the rotations. Or if you're using Nahida, same thing, right? But like, you shouldn't do that. Like, put the fucking sustain on the team, alright? You like, put the cookie in the bag, okay?
Defensive mode engaged.
Go claw!
And that character can, like, the sustains that you would use in that team can trigger Instructor. I guess Yehuda can't, but you shouldn't use Yehuda. Fucking fraud-ass unit. Honestly, we'll do some more proper calcs today. Yehuda C6 is goated with Columbina Nefer. Meh. It's fine. I think the biggest problem is that it's gonna feel so clunky. Right? Because, like, one of the things is specifically in Siege and Onslaught, right? You often need to slightly alter your ability usage order in order to get your first burst or deal with enemy boss mechanic or whatever. But when you do that, Yehuda literally stops working. Right? Because if Llama's skill is out, you cannot use Yehuda's skill. It does nothing. It will never absorb Hydro. She has a work-life balance, true. She knows not to interfere with Nefer when Llama's there, okay? She's got tact, okay? Can't blame her for that. Do you think Nilo C2R1 would be better than Nahida C00 with Nefer Columbina? Probably. Right? It should be. But I don't think the R1 does much. Because I think even with R1, your best set is still Instructor. And with Instructor, you have a lot less HP. So Key doesn't give you as much EM. Which is really funny. Her best set is Serenade. I mean, I don't think that's true. Because if you put her on Serenade, and then, I don't know, let's say Llama on Deepwood, what does Columbina get? The new set? That's kind of not doing anything. Llama 2-piece, 2-piece? Okay, but is Llama 2-piece, 2-piece with Nilo on Serenade better than Llama on Serenade, Nilo on 2-piece 2-piece. Or Nilo on, sorry, on Instructor. I don't know if it is. Maybe. Like, is 80 or is 120 EM with about half uptime on, no, it's more than half uptime on the whole team, better than 160 EM only on Llama? Probably, yeah. And it's probably better enough to justify the lower HP for Key on Nilo. Like, I know at C0 or at C0 stuff and like no Key, I know Instructor is better. With Key, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's still better. But that also means that Key is relatively providing less. It's still gonna be good, but it's not doing as much. You also get more HP for the DI resonance. That's true, I suppose. Yeah, the fact that they are adding Instructor to the new set is also really nice for people who want to do that. Because not a lot of people have saved a lot of HP main stat Instructor. Do you ever play Columbina on Instructor? I don't think so. No. You often have Instructor on Columbina's teams, but I don't think it's ever supposed to be on her. She does enough damage to justify going for a 5-star set pretty much always. I pulled Durin to then pull Verissa, but now with Columbina dropping and with Llama's only Nullcry, is Columbina more worth to stay meta relevant than Verissa? I mean, probably, right?
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree? I better get me some alpacas. Once they called everything over, everyone says this land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree? I better get me some alpacas.
Did they ever fix Verissa's A1 ping bug? Yeah, they fixed it like the next patch. Thank fucking God, man. Because part of what makes Verissa so fun to play is how fluid she feels. And if you had to intentionally slow yourself down because of the A1 bug, it would not have been fun. It would not have been fun at all. Is R1 Navia with Columbinefa a good Lunar Crystallize team, or should I just pull Zabai? I'm not going to tell you to pull for a character, but no, R1 Navia is not great. But also, Zabai won't be that much better than just focusing on Inefa's damage and playing a Lunar Charge team. Right, like if you're gonna pull for one more 5-star, you'd probably see better results out of pulling Columbina's Sig or Columbina's C1 than out of pulling Zabai. And if you really want to play a Geo team because you like Geo for some reason, you'll be able to do that with Navia too, right? Anyways, chat, let's do some calcs. Hi. Also, let me put it here as well. Hi. Okay. So, I wanted to look at Hyperbloom teams with Llama without Inefa for Columbina, right? Because I had looked at Nefer. I had looked at Vape Columbina, right? But I hadn't yet looked at normal Hyperbloom. Or Burgeon without Durin, for that matter. But Burgeon without Durin feels a little bit questionable, honestly. Has Nilo been looked at? Yeah. Did I have it here? Or did I do it somewhere else? I forgot. I think I might have done it somewhere else, not here. But it's pretty good. Vape Columbina should be better after the changes, by the way. Okay, wait. I haven't actually looked at the changes yet. Are there any actual changes? No, right? Sig got buffed? Yeah, so basically no changes, right? Wait, so why did you say... Why did you say there were changes? Wait, I'm confused. Mostly just wording changes? Lunar Charge passive is different? Yes, that's true. It's slightly better for teams that don't have full uptime on the aura, right? Her passive has RNG now. I mean, it's the same effect, but more versatile, right? Because it went from hitting 33% more often to hitting at the same rate, but 33% of the time it hits twice. But because Inefa app is every 2 seconds, it means that in teams where you don't maintain full uptime on Electro and Hydro Aura on enemies, once you remove the app, the 1.5 seconds earlier doesn't actually happen. Right? So it's still every 2 seconds. And with the new passive, you actually do get the extra hits, even if you play something like Inefa Durin, for example. But when I was talking about Vape Columbina, I wasn't talking about like the pyro unit vaping. I was talking about Inefa, about Columbina vaping, like hydro carry Vape Columbina. Well, hydro carry, but yeah. Is it on Amber yet? No, it's not. Is it on HumDG Cat? V4, probably, right? No, it's not. Okay. It's probably only on Chinese on HumDG Cat, right? Isn't HumDG Cat PC broken? It was, but I don't think it. I think they fixed it because there was a notice at the top of the website when it was, and now it's gone. So I think it's fine now. Read the Zabai change. The Zabai change is fake though, right? Because you weren't running out of time even if you used burst in like during skill, anyways, right? So like it's just a cosmetic change, isn't it? I guess it's a buff to teams that do not trigger Lunar Crystallize. Maybe. I guess. Maybe. I suppose. I guess. Does it affect any of the cons, actually? Maybe it does. I forgot what her cons do. Doesn't change anything here. Doesn't change anything here. Doesn't change anything here. Doesn't change anything here. Yeah, so it doesn't change anything at all. It's just for the teams that don't get Lunar Crystallize. Can you somehow get a 5th E? No, because it's like outright capped at 4. You're only allowed to do 4. I think it says it here, but it does say it on HoneyGCat. Like your skill doesn't have only a duration; it has a duration and a trigger limit, and it ends if either of the things happen. But the skill was already ending because of the trigger limit, not the duration. So more duration doesn't change anything. Can Columbina use Hydro Goblet? Depends on the team, but there are quite a few teams where it is pretty good, yeah. Maybe it's helpful on bosses that fuck up the Hydro Aura. Yeah, I suppose that's like the main goal. Because if you're not playing the Hydro characters, you just shouldn't be playing Zabai at all. But I guess there is the possibility that you play against enemies that sometimes have auras that prevent you from triggering Lunar Crystallize, and it will help for that. How cooked are you when that happens? Right, like you stop getting the 35 points from this. What else happens? Is anything else reliant on triggering Lunar Crystallize for her damage? I don't think so, right? It doesn't look like it. Like you're still getting like your things are still hitting for as much, right? It's just you're getting less of them. Oh, you're right. The set effect is reliant on trigger lunar reactions. You're right. I forgot about that. Farina stonks up, I guess, so you could run Maréchaussée. Columbina won't work. True. Nah, I think you're too cooked to really want to do that anyways, yeah. But I think she's probably better than Flynn's or Nefer when your reactions get ruined, right? Because I think with the changes, you should be able to get 3 E's with no Lunar. Which is not good, but it's a lot more than what Flynn's or Nefer get, right? Because Flynn's loses over half his damage and Inefa loses everything. Whereas on Zabai, she's the only... Well, I mean, they're both losing Columbina damage, but outside of that, like, she doesn't have an extra support to be losing damage, and she loses less than half of her damage. So she doesn't get cooked by it as much, I suppose. Yeah, okay. I guess that's what the purpose of the buff is. But it's not really that meaningful, I think. Okay, then this... There's no change here, right? And then this counts as burst damage now? Is that it? How good is that? What if you go Emblem Idlua? Thoughts? I think that'd be pretty funny. I don't know if that's... I mean, yeah. I mean, they fucking... That's probably not good enough. But, like, what if? What if you did that? I just can't believe they nerfed Idlua again. Did they nerf him? I don't think that's a nerf, is it? I thought they nerfed his quills. Did they? Oh, I mean, they did that in V3, but that's old. We knew about that already, you know? It was glitch and Hondijiga showing it for V4. I see. I see. Okay. All right, let's yeah, let's properly take a look at this though now. So let's bring this here. We're gonna look at Colomina, Llama, Kuki. Who would the last slot be? Probably Hydro, right? So I think the biggest problem here is that you don't really want to do normal attacks on Columbina. Like, you can, but her charge attack animation is omega fucking clunky and awful. So it's gonna feel really awful to need to weave in normals with Yelan or Xingqiu. But your alternatives are not very good. Right? Why not double Dendro? I mean, Columbina just doesn't apply that much Hydro. But I guess Llama doesn't apply that much Dendro either. So it's not like you're getting a lot of app either way. Yeah, so maybe you just Official Sucrose. The problem with that is that you're not getting reliable hyper blooms with that. It'd be really nice if you could do that, though. I agree. That would be really pog. Isn't it better after V3? What do you mean? Can you infuse Sucrose Burst with Electro? Not reliably. Singto and normal attack on Llama. But you do want to use the Columbino charge attacks. Like, they're really good to use. Like, they don't do that much damage themselves, but the Llama Quills you get to use out of that is really nice. But maybe it's fine if you don't do that, because you still get to use up a bunch of the Quills from the whole D, and you can use the rest with, like, Hyper Bloom itself. So maybe it's fine. Maybe you just don't use her charge attack at all. Maybe that's the play. Alright, because you get 15 quills consumed by Columbina herself just from this skill. Right, you have a total of, what, 36? So you have 21 left over that you can be consuming on other characters. Are you ever triggering 21 Hyper Blooms if you on-field Llama with a Hydro here? Maybe, actually. Her charge attack animation got faster. Did it? Did they buff that? I didn't see that anywhere. Is that true? Or is that misinformation? Yeah? That is true? Wait, when did that happen? Is that from today or from last week? It's from last week? Her charge attack was always cancelable? No, it wasn't. Like, you could always dash at any point during the charge attack, but the charge attack would only go off if you dashed Omega late into the animation initially. Last week? Okay. Yeah. So the thing is, if you do Columbina charge attacks, right? You don't really need to get as many Hyper Blooms, so maybe you don't... I don't know what you'd want to do here, though. Does Columbina give herself Hydro Infusion? She's a Catalyst. But her charge attack does not do Hydro damage. Why not Farina? The damage percent doesn't do too much on the team, so I'm not sure. But it might still be good enough, because Farina is going to help Columbina get a lot of energy if we on-field Columbina, right? So it alleviates the ER requirements a decent amount. Put the Yelan in the bag. I really don't want to do... like, if we're on-fielding Columbina, there's no way we're using Sanctuary Yelan here. What if we throw out that Frog Cookie and put in Yellow? I know that's good already, so I don't need to look at that. We should on-field Llama. Yeah, maybe that's the play. On-field Llama and give up on all the Columbina charge attacks because they're just not good enough. The Quills do more damage than her charge attacks? Yeah. The thing is, you can still use the Quills on a Hyper Bloom. It just does less damage on a Hyper Bloom than it does on Columbina's triggers. You get to use Serenade now. We already get to use Serenade. We have 2 Nogcry characters. We're not looking at the no other Nogcry 5-star teams today. Anyways, yeah, I guess we can take a look at Farina. Right. So then we'd have Llama on Farina on Serenade, Kuki on Instructor, Llama on Deepwood, Columbina on... Okay, see, now that's the problem here. The new set is really dog shit in this team. Because so much of Columbina's damage is coming from the Llama Quills, which do not get increased by the new set. So you probably go Sky and, like, quick swap. Right? Because it's only 4 seconds, though. And, yeah, she kind of overcaps really easily, too. I guess you can't really do that. That's tragic. So I guess you go Serenade here. No. Just put the Golden Troop in the bag? I don't think so. Why isn't Kuki on flop? Because I don't know if it's enough damage. Forget Instructor. I mean, if we go flop Kuki, we still have the same problem of not knowing what to go for Columbina, right? I might as well say, if she's on-fielded, we should just go Sky. Right? I guess we should just on-field her then. Fuck it. So then the question is flop better than Kuki here? If we're not on-fielding Llama, we're not getting as many Hyper Blooms. So I think Instructor is going to be better. Right, because with Instructor, or with flop, right, you get 187 times 3, 80, 120, substats, Iron Sting. Right? That's high. Oh, it's because it's including Serenade, right? Then that's... Is that reasonable? 940 on the stat page? Yeah, that's reasonable. So then 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus 80%. Why would you be like this, man? Alright, so this is the damage on flop. On Instructor, this is 139. We get, like, maybe 60. Is 60 high in substats? From Flower plus Feather on Instructor? Now that it's farmable, I don't think so. No, I think that's very reasonable. That's 4 rolls of EM. 2 on each piece. Pretty reasonable. Yeah. Wait, I replaced Serenade non-substats. Serenade is still here. Instructor is still here. And now we have the Instructor set itself. Right? So Hyper Bloom damage is 39, no, 43, 41 times this. Right? So we lose like 5k damage on each Hyper Bloom. But in exchange for that, we have 120 EM on the rest of the team. Yeah, that's definitely better, isn't it? That's way better for sure. Yeah, it's also 120 EM on the Llama Quills. Yeah, Instructor's going to be better for sure. Like, I've talked about this before, but like this is a good example of that. Even though Kuki will be a reasonable amount of the team DPS here, you still put her on Instructor because characters that only scale with one stat lose a lot less from being on a 4-star set than characters that scale with a lot of stats, right? You're not getting punished by losing like 20 substats worth of value. It's pretty much only the main stats and like 3 substats we're losing out on. Anyways, weapons. Probably Widsith. Because with Sky, you just cannot go sack Jade. We could also go Amber, honestly. But ER requirements are probably low enough that we don't need it. Do you want to swap into Cookie every 8 seconds? Yeah. But it's pretty easy to do that. Because, like, none of these characters really need to stay on field. Columbina can only do 6 charge attacks before she runs out of dew anyways. And, like, realistically, I don't think it's going to be that difficult. I think you have wiggle room. Doesn't she consume stamina for her charge attacks? No, she does not. It's like Nefer. If you're consuming stamina for a charge attack, it's because you fucked up somewhere. Yeah, so we probably go Widsith, Columbina. We probably go Spindlewood. That's not what it... Spindleloot. That's what it's called, right? I think. I forgot. What if we just go Black Marrow instead? No, Black Marrow is going to be a lot worse. You know what? Let's just fucking put the Amber in the bag. Not think about it too hard. But Widsith will be a lot better. Right? But with on-field Columbina, her ER requirements are so low. We don't need Amber. Anyways. Kuki on Iron Sting. Farina on Sapwood. Sapwood or the new weapon? Or Fav? We'll just put the Fav in the bag, I think. What new weapon? The Nullcry Craftable. Farina's not proccing Sapwood? No, she is. Pretty easily, too. Kugi's presence on the team makes it pretty easy to end up with Dendro auras, right? Because when Dendro hits Electro Charge, it triggers Quicken. So you're proccing the Sapwood. Without too much of a problem. Anyways. Zyphos Kugi? Yeah, you'd use Zyphos if you have it. Sure. Oh, sorry. That was an accident. How loud is it when I do that, by the way? Do you guys even hear it? Not loud? Okay, that's fine then. Okay. How much HP do we get? So we can go HP main stat. We go Proto Amber, we have Resonance, we have substats. That's a lot of fucking HP, man. Holy. Yeah, that's why I don't really want to go Proto Amber. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just put the Witsith in the bag, man. Whatever. Go for Jade. You can't really use Jade. Too much crit. Alright. Can Kugi even heal this amount of HP? Eh. You're not getting great fanfare, but like, who else would you use? Ino's not very good because Ino doesn't buff Llama's quills. Right? So like, who would be good? No one. Why is things so bad here? You're not really... You don't want to have to do normal attacks. It's just going to feel awful. That's why we need to Amber for the fanfare. But I don't think the fanfare is better than the crit damage. Like, fanfare doesn't do that much for your team. You don't have that much of your damage that's scaled by damage percent here. Does an Ino C1 buff the quills? It's only to the active character and you're not on fielding Llama. So no, it doesn't. Nilo? I mean, we already looked at Nilo teams. We know Nilo's good. And Farina is a fraud. She kind of is a fraud, but everyone is a fraud, right? The biggest problem with Columbina carry is that you can't use Columbina support. So your Hydro slot has the same problem that current non-cry characters have. If you're playing a double Hydro team like this, right? But maybe you just don't fucking bring Farina. Like, maybe you just don't bring a second Hydro at all. But then if you don't bring a second Hydro, her burst ER requirement is really high. But maybe the burst just isn't worth it in this team. So what the fuck would we bring then if we don't burst? Like, if we just burst when it's up, we don't build any ER for it? Nahida? I mean, Nahida's 350 EM, right? Because it's Dendro Resonance plus... Dendro Resonance plus Nahida's Burst. But again, right? EM is not that good here. Unless it's team-wide EM. Because it doesn't buff the quills and it doesn't buff your Hyper Blooms. So maybe it's just Sucrose. Because Sucrose is team-wide EM. But yeah, so by the way, Chad, the reason why it's so hard to come up with a good idea for this slot is because the way that the damage works in this team, right, is you have a bunch of different sources of damage. You have Bina hydro damage. You have Bina lunar bloom. You have Bina / llama quills. You have Kuki hyper bloom. You have llama lunar bloom. And you have Kuki / llama quills. Right? This is all of your relevant sources of damage in this team. What about Bina Lunar Charge? That's not really happening. Technically, if you bring a second Hydro, it does. So maybe that is worth putting the last slot as a second Hydro. Yeah, I guess you do lose out on that if you don't have a second Hydro. Because Bina by herself isn't enough Hydro to get Lunar Charge. But anyways, and now let's take a look at what like stat buffs do and like which ones they affect, right? So single target EM, AoE, EM, and by this I mean EM that only affects the on-fielder and EM that affects the whole team. Maybe I should just do Bina EM, team EM. Bina damage percent, team damage percent. Bina crit, team crit. That's pretty much it for the sort of stats you could get from the last slot, right? You can't really get team crit though, but whatever. Yeah, lunar percent. Right? So. Bina EM affects this. And that's it. Team EM affects this. Bina damage percent is just this. Team damage percent is just this. Bina crit value is this. And Bina lunar percent is this. Right? So like, damage percent buffs, I mean, obviously, aren't that good. But EM on Columbina and lunar percent on for your team, actually, technically, usually the lunar percent buffs will be up when you hold the on llama, so I guess it affects this too. But you can see, right, the buffs that are good are team-wide EM and crit buffs to Columbina. Because the rest of the stuff just doesn't affect that much of your team's damage. C6 Yehuda is never going to get the infusion. I guess you could do a rotation where you get it, right? And she does prioritize Hydro over Electro. Wait. Is that enough Hydro, though? Probably not, right? You'll need to weave in Columbina charge attacks. Or, sorry, normal attacks. And I think that's a little too... It's going to make things too slow. I guess with the C1 on Yehuda, when it procs, it is enough. You're definitely not getting full uptime on your lunar charge, but you probably get, like, in an 18-second rotation, you probably get like you could get up to 9 if you had full uptime. Well, times 1.33, obviously, but for now, just the amount of times it procs. You could get up to 9. You're probably getting like 6. You're losing out on like 3 if your last slot isn't Hydro. Although you're probably not getting 9 with a second Hydro either. It's probably more like 8. You're losing out on like 2. It's really not that big of a deal, huh? Yeah, I think the best last slot is probably Yehuda then. I think you're onto something. I know it's really bad because the buffs that she gives don't affect Llama Quills, they don't affect cookie damage, they don't affect Columbina Hydro damage. So it's only ending up affecting like 20% of the team's DPS. It's kind of pathetic. Mona C4, you could do Mona, I guess. But you don't have a second witch, so it's kind of cooked. Anyways. In a team like this, what would the damage percent look like? We only have Widsith. So... yeah. EM. Sugross is better. I don't think so. Because Yehuda is actually really helpful with the Hydro application. Like, that's the main reason why I'm considering Yehuda over Sucrose. Is because in a team like this, you would go out of your way to get a Hydro fucking fluffy Meowsters or whatever the fuck it's called. And that gives you enough Hydro application to still get a decent amount of Lunar Charge procs. Sucrose can't really do that. Anyways. EM. So we have Sky. We have Substats. We have Serenade. We have Instructor. We have... what would the rotate? Actually, yeah. We have Instructor. Substats, that's already there. We have Widsith. Right? I think that's it. I guess we have Yehuda's Ascension passive as well. 100. That one's not full uptime, though. So, like, maybe 60% uptime. Let's say Instructor isn't full uptime either. It's 75% uptime. You are refreshing it, but not every time. Right. EM multiplier. So 1 point. Okay, so Columbina is triggering Lunar Charge and Lunar Bloom here. Right? So the Lunar Bloom multiplier is 1.21. The Lunar Charge is 1.07. Right? Then we have 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus... okay. I don't think we burst off cooldown here, because I don't think it's worth building the ER requirements. I don't think you get enough damage out of the burst to justify it. But I do think you use the burst when it's available. With this team's energy economy, with Fav Yehuda, you're probably getting your burst every other rotation without too much of a problem, since she's getting on-fielded with her own energy generation. So 20% average actually. 40% divided by 2. Let's write it like that so I remember which 20% this is. 20% from Sky plus Serenades. Fully M Cookie is gonna give you a pathetic amount from the non-acquired resonance, about 10%. Anything else, chat? No, right? Without the burst, do you get the extra vert and do? You don't. But I don't think you necessarily need it. I think you're okay getting, like... the 3 from Llama. And assuming you generate once every 2.5 seconds, that's... Wait. In an 18-second rotation, right? That's a little bit over 7. Right? 7 times 2 plus the 3 from her burst. Every 2 rotations, that's 17. Llama's consuming 6 every 2 rotation, so you have 11 left. Right? So the rotation where you don't burst, you only get 5 charge attacks instead of 6. That's not that big of a deal, honestly. I think it's not, you don't gain enough, right? Your burst only lets you get 1 more charge attack. I don't think it's enough to justify building energy for it, considering how bad the burst is in this team. You do need to use it every other rotation, though. Otherwise, you're a little too low on undo, but yeah. I don't think we have any other source of lunar percent, right? Yeah. Anyways, this is Lunar Bloom. This is Lunar Charge. Crit value. Crit Ascension. Main stat. Substats. Sky. Widsith. Llama. Yehuda. Crit multiplier for Lunar Bloom. That's a lot of crit. It is a lot of crit. Passive. I forgot. How cooked are you from how many of these buffs are crit rate buffs? Alright, so you're 24.2, 15, Sky, Llama, Yehuda, 84. That's high, but it's not that bad, right? We can work with that. We can work with that. Okay. Anyways. On non-lunar bloom damage, 1 plus 90% times this minus 2 minus 20%, right? It's at 350. Does that make sense? Kind of. Yeah, it makes sense. It should be a little bit lower than what happens if we just lose 40 CV, because we're not at a 1-to-2 ratio on non-lunar damage. Okay. So, Effective HP will have total HP times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. How does Nilo Lunar Bloom calc against Lunar Charge / Lunar Bloom combo teams like the one you're calcing right now? It should be higher. Because your stuff just tends to be a bit more synergistic. But maybe it isn't, honestly. I'll do a proper comparison once I'm done with this calc. Anyways. So that's the effective HP for her damage. Then effective HP for Lunar. I'll need 2 of them. So EHP, Lunar Charge, EHP, Lunar Bloom. No, we don't need the EHP for Lunar Charge, because we don't get any procs of the Lunar Charge skill damage. We just get Lunar Charge reactions, which are different. Right? But we do need to actually put that here, right? So Lunar Charge proc. Okay. So isn't Skyset 60 CV instead of 30? It is. I don't think I've put... I did put 30. Is he an idiot? Chad, he's an idiot. Thank you. My bad. Anyways, Llama, okay, so it should be Llama's EM times 477.2 times 427 crit damage seems unrealistic. This isn't 427, this is 327, I think. Right? But, like, you gotta realize 20 of that is from Llama, 40 of that is from Yehuda. So on the sheet it says, I'm not saying it actually, 60 less than 327. I'm not saying what that number is, though. I'll let you do the math yourself. Anyways. Times crit multiplier Lunar Bloom. Okay, Llama's EM. So, what do we have? We do not have a 2-piece EM. We do not have Widsith. We have Serenade. We have Instructor. This was substats. We have more substats on Llama because the only substat she really cares about is EM along with ER. This 100 was Yehuda. Yeah, we don't have any of this shit. Okay, we have main stats. We have Ascension stat. And base EM, so 315.2. We have Spindle Loot. And I believe that's it. Is Nahida a good replacement for Llama? No. If you don't have Llama, you should not play Columbina Hyperbloom. Well, I mean, you can, kinda. Like, you can still just put Columbina in a normal-ass Hyperbloom team. But it's not going to be very good. Like, Columbina's purpose in this team is to be a good conduit to use Llama's quills. She doesn't have great synergy with, like, Hyperbloom as a whole. She has great synergy with Llama. Like, I don't even know if she's better than, like, a different Hydro in Nahida Hyperbloom teams. Because so much of her power budget for Lunar Bloom is allocated to her synergy with Llama. It's kind of like if they made Maoika do half the damage when her HP is not between 70% and 100%. Or sorry, and 99%. So if you're full HP, you don't do all your damage. So you need, but if you're below 70, you also don't do all your damage. So you need to bring a healer that doesn't heal you to full. Right? Like, that's the level of synergy there is between Columbina and Llama, right? Anyways. Yeah, these quills are fucking hurting here, right? But I guess it makes sense, because this is a team that focuses so much on hyper buffing Columbina's stats. Anyways, Llama 2, she don't prong any of them, so we don't really care. How cooked am I if I don't have Spindle Loot? It's gonna be a little bit more rough, but it's not, like, completely the end of the world. The biggest problem if you don't have Spindle Loot is that you need a weapon that has a good substat and a good passive. And for Llama, there's, like, nothing else. The only other weapon that has a good substat and a good passive for her, I think, is just Fav. But I think that her ER requirements are not high enough to justify needing the Fav ER and the Fav substat. And the Fav, like, energy from the particles, right? The substat plus the particles is kind of just too much. Sumeru craftable. The passive is worthless because it doesn't buff her quills, and that's where all of her damage is. Right? What you want is EM and ER, and that's it. Yeah, and Sack doesn't even get you more energy because double using skill doesn't give you more energy. It does give EM. If you're talking about the craftable, I mean, it does, but... Oh, wait, you're right. You can use Fruit of Fulfillment. I forgot this weapon existed. Okay, I guess you're fine, because you can just use this, right? I forgot this weapon existed. Yeah, okay. I guess you're fine if you don't have Spindle Loot. Just use Fruit of Fulfillment. It's okay. That's really not that bad. Yeah, you're fine. Right, because it's like... $180 EM? It's not full uptime, but it's almost full uptime, right? Because it doesn't start stacked up. It's really not that bad, actually. Yeah. So you're fine. Just craft this weapon. Anyways, Lunar Charge proc is 2604 times EM multiplier Lunar Charge times crit multiplier Lunar Charge. Motion value on the Hydro damage, 28.4. 15.9 times 9. 54.8 on the burst every other rotation. Motion value lunar is 2.39. Is that the updated values? It is, yeah. 2.39 times 5 times 3 plus 2.57 times 3. Let's say that you just get 5 every rotation, right? Because you can technically get 6 when you have burst. And 5 when you don't, but like... let's just simplify the rotation. Would you burst every other rotation in Nilo teams as well? I don't think you build any ER on Nilo teams, but I think because you're also running other Hydro characters, the energy is fine to burst every rotation or close to it. Yeah, also the rotations aren't as strict. That's true. Because, like, in this team, you have to go to Yahoda before Llama. Otherwise, this team is awful. Right? Because you need the Hydro absorption from Yahoda. Why is Kuki an instructor? Because you don't lose that much damage from going a 4-star set on Kuki. And the EM on the rest of the team is incredibly valuable. Right? You lose about 5k damage per Hyper Bloom if you go instructor. I guess it's a little bit more than that, because that was the damage before looking at the enemy resistance. It's like maybe 7k damage. A little bit less, and I'm not... why is... okay, whatever. But you gain enough on the rest of the team that it's worth it. Anyways, number of Llama Quills. So we get a total of 30 Lunar Bloom hits, right? But you only have 36 Quills, and I think Kuki is consuming more than 6. So I don't think you're getting all 30 on her. So Kuki is probably 12, maybe? 12, 24? Maybe more like 16, 20? I think that makes sense. This 36 minus this. Is Hyperloam the biggest source of damage in this team? No. There's so many different sources of damage. I'll make a graph with all the different sources of damage when I'm done with this, so you can see just how split the damage is in this team. Anyways, I did not have this here, right? And then we have number of lunar charge. Won't Ino be better here? Ino is really bad in this team. Because she doesn't affect the Quill damage or the Hydro damage. Only the Columbina lunar damage, like, on her talents, and that's just not that big of a portion of the team. And you already have a second Nod Cry, so you can use the sets without her. That's her biggest value in teams where Columbina is your only 5-star Nod Cry character, is that she's providing you with the energy from being Hydro, the Hydro Resonance, and the ability to use the good sets. In this team, she loses that, and that's enough to make her worse than the alternatives, I think. Anyways, number of lunar charges. We said we're getting about 6. Right? I'm not convinced you get 6. Maybe you get a bit less. Because you also don't have full uptime on Kuki. It's not that far from full uptime, though. Maybe we assume 5 for now. And... you know, like, you can probably get more if you weave in the Kuki burst at the right time and stuff like that. But this is good enough. Okay. Damage. So, we have... the effective HP times motion value times defense multiplier times shred multiplier. Here we have only Llama's shred for hydro damage. So 1.075, right? Yeah. Okay. Then lunar damage from her own things. Oh, I fucked this up. This should be multiplier 1. This should be crit multiplier 1. There we go. Okay. We don't have the defense multiplier, and the shred is different because we're getting Deepwood on top of Llama. So it's 55 shred. So 1.225. The Llama Quill damage, same formula. Lunar charge damage, we have no shred at all. Total damage. That's pretty high. Wait, that's surprisingly high, actually. I expected it to be a decent amount lower than the vape teams, but I guess not. I guess the crit from Yehuda kind of does a lot, doesn't it? Yeah, the rest of the team's damage won't be that high, though. Anyways, next up is Kuki. Honestly, we will assume that her damage from talents is like 50k in the rotation. That's it. I'll color this a little just so that I remember that I did not do an actual calc for it. I just fucking approximated it. Because I'm too lazy. Won't this team lose damage by not having 2 non-nod cry? No. Anyways, Kuki EM. We have... How much EM do we have? We have... Main stat, 139 times 2. 187 from 1 5-star main stat. That's not true, actually. You probably go a 5-star off-piece. Because there's a lot of people that have an off-piece on Flower or Feather that has like 80 or 100 EM. And there are not a lot of people that have instructor pieces with over 40 EM. So I think most people will go off-piece on the Flower or Feather. I suppose ideally you go off-piece on the Feather because the attack increases the Nullicry Resonance, like the Ascendant Gleam bonus, but it is what it is. Anyways. Substats, maybe 100, right? Then... what else? What else do we need? What else do we get? We get Serenade. We get Instructor. We get the 2-piece from Instructor. We get Iron Sting. Is that it? It is, right? Or do we get more than this? Yehuda's only to the on-fielder, so no. Any Kuki cons? We're not assuming you get the EM from C6. Like, yeah, just like, have the kill yourself rotation. Yeah, amazing. Perfect. Amazing. Anyways, EM multiplier for lunar charge we need. Crit value. Base crit. It's 5.4, right? No. I think it's 5.4 average. Might be less. It doesn't matter. Dendro Resonance EM. We do not have Dendro Resonance in this team. Is that it? Is that literally all the crit we have? It is, right? That's funny. No one else crits in that team? Yahoda's building crit. How else is she gonna prog this 5? The only problem that I see in this team is interruption resistance. The reality is that's not even that big of a problem, because if you get interrupted, who the fuck cares? This team would do more normal EC damage? That's not true. That is not true at all. Because it looks at Columbina's crit stats. Although, actually, maybe I'm overestimating the amount of Lunar Charge procs. I don't know if we actually have enough Hydro for it. Like, I know we'll have the uptime on the Cloud, because it's really easy to get the uptime on the Cloud. But you need to have 3 Hydro apps in between your Dendro apps. So you wouldn't really... I mean, it depends on Yahoda C1 procs. And it depends on whether you weave in normals on Columbina or not. I don't know. Anyways, effective attack here. Nah, it doesn't really matter. Effective attack, lunar. Okay. Llama. So we don't have this. This is 372.2. Transformative proc, 4341. I didn't do EM. No, I did do EM multiplier. I need the other EM multiplier, though, which is 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. Transformative, 4341 times EM multiplier. Lunar Charge proc. Yeah. Number of Llama procs, I said 16. How many Hyper Blooms are you getting? All right, this team has a total of 8 Dendro obligations. Right? So that's just 16 Hyper Blooms. Yeah. It's probably closer to 12 or 14. I don't think so. Because Cookie kind of is full uptime, right? She's not full uptime because it's 15 seconds, but neither is your Dendro app. Your Dendro app is also basically 15 seconds. So Cookie kind of is full uptime. 16 is way too optimistic. I don't think it is, because your Hydro application is at a fixed once every 2 seconds, no matter what. Right? and you have 2 fixed once every 2 seconds or more going at the same time. So you should very reliably generate 2 bloom seeds per dendro application. Maybe we can assume less, but I don't even know if the team loses damage if we assume less. Because less hyperblooms means more llama quills, right? For now, let's look at what it is with 16. Right, because the llama quills that Kuki doesn't use with hyperbloom, you get to use on Columbina, and they do a lot more damage, right? 5k when Kuki uses them, 29k when Columbina does. Right? So a hyperbloom on Kuki, before looking at Shred, is 32k, and not getting a hyperbloom is 29k. That's so fucking funny, actually. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh, that's hilarious, actually. Wait, that's so funny. What the fuck? Bro, there is no way. Hyperloom is plus 3k. And honestly, if you have really good artifacts, it might be, like, straight up DPS negative. If you have enough crit on Columbina. Holy, that's so funny. What the fuck? No. Yeah, wait, what if you do... What if you do... like, intentionally slowed down a Hydro application so that you get less blooms? And don't bring Electro at all? And just accept that you're, like, the 5 blooms you're getting in your rotation are just gonna be just normal blooms instead of hyper bloom. Hope the enemies are Electro and or Pyro so that they trigger the reaction so that it doesn't use your quills. Thoughts? So why are we playing Kuki? I mean, the blooms you generate will yoink quills no matter what, right? Whether you hyperbloom them or just let them expire. But if you hyperbloom them, you get to yoink quill by doing damage instead of yoink quill by doing nothing. And you still need to generate blooms because otherwise you don't get the Verdant Dew. This is so funny, though. This is actually hilarious. Off-field Nefer so that you don't generate blooms. Oh my god, you're so smart. Anyways, so yeah, this is gonna be 0, right? This, 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 yeah. So before looking at Yehuda or Llama damage, this team is at 125k. Here. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll be right back, chat. Let's think about this a little more after that. I'm back, chat. Hello. Okay. Ah. Let me think before I keep going. If we were to try to minimize our procs, who would we use? Durin? We already know Durin is good. Fischl? With Fischl, you're still generating blooms. So it doesn't really help. Like, what does Fischl provide? Is what I'm saying. She... Toma? But what does Toma provide? Is it just Sucrose plus Yahoda? Animal Resonance? You could do shorter rotations, maybe. Right, because like the idea is you would want a character that buffs Columbina and Llama's stats, right? You want to either get crit on Columbina or EM on both Columbina and Llama, right? That's the thing you want the most. But I guess Yahoda kind of sucks here because you want less Hydro application, but you can't. Wait, what if you Electro Absorb Yahoda instead? Maybe Electro Absorbing Yahoda is better here. Nah, cause like wait, I need to check something. Does Yahoda absorb without Ascension passives, or does something like does she need to be leveled to function? That's fine. Okay. I need to check if Cookie's Burst allows Yahoda to absorb through Llama. I guess in AoE it might be a little different, but I'll test here first. I hope I don't just fucking die, because she is level 20 with no artifacts, but...
Lightning, sure, smash and grab.
No, we're so close! Wait, no, we did get it. Wait, we got it. Wait.
Out of my way. You're not going anywhere.
We'll test it in single target after this if it works again.
Smash and grab. Fighters kick.
Yeah, so it seems to work. Let's go test it in single target. Is floor 11 first enemy single target? Now I'll do that with Hydrop. Hydrop won't change anything. Because it's the slimes. Ah, annoying. What about floor 10? Maybe this is a single target? I forgot. Because Hydro reacts with Dendro before it reacts with Electro anyways. So it will not interfere with whether or not you have... Anyways, Yahuda. That's not Yahuda. Close enough, though. Yahuda, Kuki, Llama. Is that single target? Eh, close enough, man.
Out of my way! You're my target! Still couldn't.
Okay, we didn't get it there, right? I can't fucking tell, man. This character feels so ass to play. But maybe with Cookie's E out as well, you're fine. Do I have a portable waypoint? Actually, if I'm gonna have to fucking get my burst back anyways, I might as well just put Fav Cookie and do it in here. Uh... Who batteries a lot of electro particles? Official, but I want a character that doesn't have off-field electro. I guess it's Razor, right? EMC Sneak, you're right. EMC would have been the fastest, but it's gonna take too long to go change it. Does Cookie Q apply more electro below 50%? It does, yes. Oh, Sack didn't proc. Classic.
Keep back!
Okay. Okay. This one is annoying, so I'll just do this. About to do the annoying one. Now we can do this.
Lightning, sure, smash and grab. I guess.
Doesn't look like that shit works, actually. Oh. It probably works if you're below 50% though, doesn't it? Oh, that's so funny. Let's just put Fischl this time and whatever. Like, let's just accept that it takes a while and get our first burst like this. Wait, I gotta let myself get hit.
Forest?
I'll settle this. You're not going anywhere.
Shit. Does that work? No, it didn't.
By royal
Oh yeah, I kind of want to let myself get hit here.
My turn.
Okay. So we'll be able to try it now. Right?
Leave.
Stand with me. Lightning, purified. Smash and grab.
It worked this time. I'm not entirely sure why sometimes it's working and sometimes it's not.
You poor lost lamb.
Our bond is
Just
strong.
this definitely
You're
won't
not
work,
going
right?
anywhere.
Okay. Next attack is fucking impossible to dodge, so I'm gonna wait until he does it. Okay.
Stand with me. Out of my way. You're my target.
No, that didn't work. Man, I don't know. I think it's because you ran from the enemy. Oh, that might be why. Since my Yehuda's got like 3 HP, I'm running away so I don't get one shot. But I guess her pickup range is really fucking small. Hmm. Oh, that's annoying. Sack didn't proc. Is it gonna proc now that I don't need it anymore? No, it didn't proc again. Well, whatever. Okay, so...
Leave.
Dissipate. I'll settle this.
You know what, actually? 5,000 damage. I survived that with an with a flower. Please proc. There we go, it procced. Okay.
Yeah.
Out of my way. Just
Yeah.
you wait.
So it doesn't work when Cookie is above 50%. GG. Yeah, okay, I think we give up on this one. Use a shielder. Shielder wouldn't have changed the result there. We wouldn't have died after failing to get the electro absorption, but we still wouldn't have gotten the electro absorption. Good luck swirling. We're not trying to swirl, we're just trying to get the absorption. But it doesn't work. So... So you can't get an electro absorption here. It's always going to be hydro, right? Unless you just replace Cookie with someone else, which I suppose you could, actually. Sack Cookie to get lower HP faster. Holy fuck, you're cooking. Official. The thing is, I don't know if official's enough. I guess we can try. Who else could potentially work? It doesn't need to be Electro specifically, by the way. Right? We're using Electro because it just happens to work here. It actually might be Yai. No, Yai's slower than Fischl. I guess it can't be Hydro. It can't be... It could be Cryo, right? Wait, actually, it could be Cryo. Maybe it's Cryo. If this doesn't work, I think it's Cryo.
Forest?
You're not going anywhere.
So, that order doesn't work. We'll try Loma into Fischl now. Although, we're gonna let it do this attack first, because I know this attack's gonna fucking hit me, because I can't dodge it for shit. Oh, never mind. That's not the attack I thought it was.
Leave this.
Okay, well that's not very cool of you. Yeah, this seems like a bit of a problem again.
You're my target.
Yeah, well...
Just you wait.
Yeah, it wasn't working anyways. Okay, so I guess we just... The problem with Cryo is that Colomina will interfere, right? Why not just absorb Hydro and Bloom on Llama? Because we want to get less Hyperlooms. We're trying to come up with ways to absorb an element other than a Hydro with Yehuda so that we get less Bloom Seeds, so that more of our damage gets taken. More of the Llama Quills get taken by Columbina Lunar Bloom instead of Bloom reactions. So we're trying to get the 50 CV from Yehuda without getting a Hydro Absorption in a team with Llama. So maybe we try with a Cryo. It could be Rosaria. Rosaria is a crit buff. Right? Why not Durin? Pyro Absorption is bad. Really, really bad. We don't want that. We don't want Pyro Absorption because it fucking ruins everything. But, like, this is obviously going to get it, right? But that's because we don't have the off-field Cryo. Or the off-field Hydro. But I don't have Kogomi, so I don't have anyone who's exactly every 2 seconds, right? Closest I have is, like... Oh, I guess Aino is, like, 2.1 seconds, right? So it's not... It's close enough, probably. Farina is not consistent at all. Okay. Ayato is not consistent either. Hello?
Leave this.
Don't have enough ER with this, really? That's annoying. I guess I can just give her a Fav proc and that should be enough, hopefully.
For it.
I don't want to use the E because I want to use it as part of my setup. Okay, well, it did work, right? We can see we have the cryo thing, but we died because that attack is like, yeah.
You poor little.
Hello, Fav. There we go. Oopsie. Yeah, and here we're not getting it because the specific timing was a little too cooked, right? So we're barely getting any. What did I die to a bloom? I died to a bloom because I had 55 HP. Alright, so it's gonna be dependent on when exactly your cryo app happens, right? Which is kind of cooked.
Meanie, off to the freezer. Chew on this.
But I guess then the question becomes, is there a specific order that gets you the right timing? Which we can't test with Ino, because we need to test it with the one that has the exact timings that Columbina has. So we would have to test it with Columbina. Right? I mean, there definitely is a setup that works. It's just a question of how hard is it to do. Right, like, this is taking way too long because we didn't get a perfect setup. Right, like, we need the cryo aura to be there all the time, right? Because every time we apply hydro, it disappears. I guess you could bring a character that has a 2U cryo app. Right, Citlali burst is 2U cryo. So we could use Citlali instead. Kaya skill is 2U cryo.
Leave.
Oh, I didn't change my Citlali gear. I'm pretty sure she's on TTDS right now. Where's her weapon? Yeah, she's on TTDS. We're gonna give her a sack. Oh yeah, Escoffier burst is 2U as well. That's true. I forgot. Oh, we might be fine then. Wait, we might actually be fine then if we include Escoffier as part of the setup. But I guess Escoffier doesn't really do anything here that Citlali doesn't do. So we'd rather use Citlali here. But I guess it doesn't really matter. If we ditch Cookie when you want to overtake Dendro Aura with Hydro, I mean, no. The whole reason why we're doing this is to trigger less blooms. Because triggering bloom is not good. If we apply enough Hydro that Llama becomes a trigger, then we're triggering more bloom. Although, I guess maybe that's not true, right? Because if we apply enough Hydro that it becomes a trigger... Okay, no, I see what you're saying. I get it. That's true, actually. That's true. If Llama's a trigger and we don't have Electro, we get less blooms. That's actually very true. Wait, you're right. Wait, you're right, actually. What the fuck would you want here, then? I guess Sucrose? Right? So if we do sack, instructor, sucrose. Facial? No, Electro ruins things. Electro gets us more blooms, and we want less blooms. Two animals with 0 VV sounds so cooked. Yeah, but I think it is right. Geo. You could bring a Geo unit, actually. Wait. Yeah, you could bring a Geo unit. Zhongli would pop off here, that's true. Oh god. Toma, stop fucking rage baiting me. Albedo? The thing is, Albedo barely has Geo applications, so he's not doing much, right? Geo might weaken Hydro. It doesn't matter as long as it's not too much Geo. I guess with Zhongli, it might be too much Geo, though. I mean, but the thing is, if it's not a lot of Geo at all, if it's like no Geo, then there's no upside, right? Isn't it like 1 up per 4 seconds? Right now it is, but once we get Lunar Crystallize, it will not be that anymore. As long as you have 0.1 U Hydro and Llama E hits, should be fine. Yeah, but you might not is the problem, right? Because Pillar Resonance Zhongli applies 2 instances of Geo on the same frame. Right? Like... What's the best way for me to get 4 constructs here without Zhongli's C1? Zhongli, Kachina. GeoMC, I guess, but I don't have GeoMC right now. Ning. No, but I can't. It has to be GeoMC, right? Who else can bring two constructs? Yeah. Alright, I'll go get GeoMC. Because I want to show this properly. Although maybe with Lunar Charge, or maybe with Crystallized Global ICD, it gets cooked. So I might not be able to show this here.
There's still a long road ahead.
What's up, Moon? Yeah, so we bring GeoMC and just any Hydro Catalyst. Right? And I do one of these here, Kachina, Zhongli, another one here, right? Okay, yeah. Global light. Wait, is it not hitting? Why did he move so much? Wait, he moved so much. What the hell?
Solidify.
Okay, so... Yeah, Crystallized Global ICD is making things weird here. Wait, or are we not getting 3?
Starfall.
I guess it would work on a shield, right?
Quake.
Starfall.
Wait, what?
Drop.
Why is it making the other one disappear? Am I not supposed to be able to have 3? Oh no, it's because you have a limit. I'm a fucking idiot. You have a limit of 3 constructs at the same time outside of the GeoMC burst. I forgot. Wait. One of my burst things disappeared. No. Wait, does that make this despawn? It doesn't. Yeah, so this one isn't counted towards it. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so let's do 2 boulders.
Starfall.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Okay. I fucked it up. What is that attack? Oh, it's that one. We're gonna have to do a second new boulder, because the old boulder is too old and is gonna expire.
Drop.
Okay.
Let her rip.
Rise.
But yeah, so like,
Nothing to fear. Salvation.
yeah, here it's getting cooked. Man, I don't know. Okay, let me... I actually need to ask someone to test this. Because, like... supposedly, right? With Johnny E. Pillar Resonance, you will get 4 instances of Geo every time it hits. Which is 2 Geo applications. But that wipes your Hydro if it's not 2U Hydro, which it won't be, right? So you won't have Hydro to bloom anymore, and then Llama's gonna apply Dendro, and once you have your Dendro, you're cooked. Right? You start getting more blooms, and that's bad. And you stop getting Lunar Crystallize as well, right? I guess making sure Johnny's Pillar misses is easier than making sure it hits. And if it misses, you'll only get 3, because the Lunar Crystallize itself is 3. And that will allow you to make things work. But I don't think it's better than just doing this, honestly. Anyways, let's take a look at what we got here. So, we lost Kuki. We still have Instructor. So, we still have all the same buffs. The Lunar Reaction bonus from Sucrose is going to be a lot higher. It's like going to be like... How much is it again? It's 2.25 per 1,000 EM, right? So it should be about 25%. Sucrose, 139 times 3, plus 100, plus Spindle Loot, plus Instructor 2-piece, plus Instructor 4-piece, times... Honestly, in this team, you get full uptime on Instructor, no problem, actually. Right? One of the off pieces should... One of the pieces should be a 5-star. I'm assuming that the 5-star piece is a flower or a feather instead. So that you get more substats. Anyways, we have sack. I think that's it. Yeah, this makes sense. Then plus 50 plus 20% of J191. And this 20% of J191 goes to llama as well. Okay, yeah. Do we get anything else here? Better instructor uptime on this one as well? Yeah. Okay. Now we need the EM multiplier for this as well. So 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. That's, yeah. We also have the Lunar Bloom one. For the Lunar Bloom one here, we... Yeah, that's all the same. We don't get any lunar charge anymore. We get 8 blooms total. So that leaves 28 here. We get... Oh, it's not here actually, it's here. A bloom proc. What's the base damage for bloom again? 2894. 2894 times EM multiplier. It's a little bit less hard. Than Cookie does because it's bloom instead of hyper bloom, but it's not that much less because, well, llama has a lot more EM than Cookie would have. Okay, we got 8 of these. Then this goes here. A llama proc here is... this. And the damage from transformative is this. Right? So before looking at the llama damage from things other than bloom, it's better. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah. This might be better, actually. Oh, chat. I think I'm an idiot, actually. I am an idiot. I fucked up. I switched around the values for llama's buffs. No. Yeah, my bad. This is 372. No! This is 478. My bad, chat. Yeah, it's a lot less. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Hmm. I'm getting a little curious as to how this team does if you don't on-field Columbina then. Like, if you do, like, Bloom Neuvillette. Nah, I don't know about that. Anyways, Llama base attack was, what, 255, I think? Hmm, 255. Spin to loot is 510. Attack percent is like 20. Flat attack is like 350. Okay. Damage percent, 32 and 15. Crit value. We have substats. We have 40% from her passive. We have 50% from Yahoda. Anything else? No, right? And then on non-lunar damage, we lose the 40% from her passive. Effective attack is this. Effective EM is this. Effective EM lunar is this. Motion value attack 268.7. 163.2 times 7. Motion value EM 326.4 times 7. Motion value lunar 258.4 times 3. Damage. This is Dendro, so it's 0.225. Then this. We don't have a proc here. Yeah. Then I can also copy this. This. Yeah. That's not there anyways. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and then do this. Okay. So yeah, this is the cookie version. This is the sucrose version. The cookie version is a tiny little bit more. But it's also going to be a little bit less reliable. Do you recommend Slay the Spire? Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah. But the damage is less concentrated into Columbina herself. Columbina ER requirements. Chat, do you guys want me to let you in on a little secret here? Yeah, and you can't tell anyone else, okay? So in a team like this, right, her ER requirement would be like she generates what, one part. You know what? Let's fucking cheat. Let's copy. Oh, are there no like Columbina on-field ones here? It doesn't look like there are. This isn't her on-field, this is another Hydro character. Or this is another character on-field, but the on-field character has Fav. Okay, let's do it ourselves then. So how many particles is it? It's like 6 total in an 18-second rotation, right? Yeah. So she should catch like 4, then 2. Why are these in percentages? Bro. Okay. 4, 2. Actually, let me do it here. 4, 2. Llama particles, like 1, 6. Right? 1, 5. 1, 5. No, it's not. It's like 4, 2 as well, actually, kinda. Then we have sucrose particles. Is she catching them? Are we catching it? Or not, chat? No, right? Because you sucrose before llama? Yeah. And then same for Yehoda particles. So, +4, +4, plus... How many particles is Yehoda? I don't actually know. Is it 4? I think it's 4. 1 5 proc. Not caught by her. Right, so her ER requirement in this team would be around 170. Right? That's basically an ER sense. And substats that you'll get pretty trivially. So let's take a look at what happens here. If we go ER sends and burst every rotation. Lost 5k DPS. Her burst isn't good. Just don't fucking use it, man. If you don't have to use it for the passives that you get out of, I don't have one open right now. If you don't have to use it for the passives that you get out of her Ascension 4, don't even bother building ER. It's just not worth it. And in this team, you don't, so that's cool. Proto Amber will make you lose even more. Crit just does too much for Columbina in a team like this. Right, because, like, let me actually... Because, like, technically we have a tiny little bit of damage coming from this, so the team DPS is a little bit higher than what's shown here. But, like... I guess I should just do it very, very quickly, right? 223, 454, 20-ish, then 46.6. Crit value 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Does she buff herself? She does, right? Think so. Yeah. Effective attack, Hydro. Will just be this. Effective attack. Wait, let me just double check something here, actually. Did I properly give Llama the crit on Lunar? I did not. My bad. There it is. I gave her the non-lunar crit value for her lunar damage. There we go. Okay. Okay. Motion value, Hydro for Yahoda is Meow Ball 256 times, in an 18-second rotation, we'll get 13.5 because of the C1. A little bit less because of the, like, cast time of her stuff. Let's say 12, right? 8 hits, and then with C1. Then we get a total of 9 on each coordinator, right? Is it 9 on each or 9 total? It's 9 on each, right? I forgot. 34.5. How much of a DPS increase is Inefa instead of Kuki? I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it too much yet. How many coordinators do you get again? I think it's... I mean, it doesn't fucking matter, man. We'll just say 10. It's not like it matters, like, at all. They don't do any damage anyways, so getting more doesn't matter. It's 15? Isn't it only 15 when you have Electro? Because we don't have Electro here, we only have Hydro. Yeah, okay. And then Animo damage for 14.4. 424. Okay. Then the damage here, we have no shred whatsoever. No, on Hydro we have a little bit of shred. And then on Animo we have no shred. Yeah. Very cool. Okay, and now we have... I want this, and this separated. These can be together. Okay, yeah, let's just... So, Bina Hydro. Bina E/CA. Bina Quill. Llama Dendro. Llama Holdy. Llama Bloom. Yahoda. Right? So this is this. And then we can graph this. So insert pie chart. Right? And then I need to look at the color coding. So this is Columbina Quill. It's Dendro. That's too light. No. Oh my god, I can't. Something like this, sure. So this is a Columbina Quill. This is also Dendro damage, but it's it looks at Columbina's stats, so maybe we make it a little bit more blue. Right? Then this is actual Hydro damage. We can leave it this color. This is Yehuda damage. This is Llama. This no, this is kind of hard to color code well, huh? I need to have the data labels, right? No, wrong one. Data callout? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. There we go. Then it looks a little ugly, but it's fine. If it gets the information across, who cares? I guess this is... yeah. What the... Let me remove the title, because it doesn't need a title. Ah! Okay, that's fine. We can remove this too, actually. Yeah. Whatever. This is good enough. I'll just fucking move them manually. Never mind, it's not fucking working. Okay, never mind, it is working. Anyways. Whatever, this is what your damage distribution looks like, okay? Where this is the portion of your damage that gets buffed by Columbina's EM. That's it. It's a quarter of your team's damage. That's it. This, right? Like this, like the yellowy gray or yellowy green, and the other green part is the portion of your team's damage that gets buffed by Llama's EM. So you actually would rather give Llama an EM buff than Columbina. Even though Columbina's doing more damage. Wouldn't it be better to make Llama DPS with Sack to use Hold E 2 times? The Hold E doesn't do that much, right? It's only 7%. Getting one Hold E gives you 18 more quills on her burst, but getting a second one doesn't do anything. You're capped at 36 total anyways. The Llama thing would be less confusing if TCR just agreed to associate quill damage with a character that provides the quill. But it's not like it only looks at Llama stats. The only stat of Llama it looks at is her EM. It doesn't look at her lunar damage bonus, and it doesn't look at her crit. It looks at Columbina's crit. It looks at no one's lunar damage bonus. Right? You'd have the same problem either way. Anyways, chat. Let's also take a look at some team options that don't use C6 Yehuda. Right? Because a lot, like, most people don't have that. But if you're not using C6 Yehuda, what the fuck do you even want? Right? Durin, we already know Durin is good. C4 Mona. You could do that, I suppose, yeah. I don't hate it here, actually. Is C6 Diona worth it? In this team, it's not that good, because C6 Diona makes you get more blooms, and you actively don't like that. More blooms is bad. You want less blooms. But yeah. Like, if we remove the Yehuda buff, we lose 50 CV here and here, and we also lose 100 EM here. All right. We only lost like 15k, right? Because Yehuda's damage was 5k. Right? Yeah, Yehuda's really not doing that much. Mona field time might be a bit of a problem, is the thing, right? So you'll get less charge attacks on Columbina. It's a bit annoying. So what else could we potentially use instead of Mona? We don't want to use Fischl, because Fischl is less Fischl is more blooms, which is bad. Rosaria is also more blooms, which is bad. Is it because of Mona and 4? Yeah, I guess you could just do N1, then swap, and then swap back in later and do another N2. I guess that's not a problem. That's true. Because it's not like we need to stay on Columbina. Why is more bloom bad? Actually, maybe it's not now, actually. Yeah, no, it's not actually bad. I guess it's fine to get more blooms. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's okay. Do we just look at Fischl? The thing is, Fischl doesn't buff Llama at all, so it's not like that good. How much is this doing even? That's a good amount, yeah. With Mono C4, you can only get 2 crit rate rolls. I mean, oh no! I have 105% crit. Whatever shall I do? Who cares, man? It's fine. Just assume that you don't get any crit rate from the C4. Assume you're looking at Mono C2. It's still pretty good. But it's not that good, because Mono C1 doesn't really do anything. Or C2 giving 80 EM is more helpful than the C1, because it actually buffs Llama, right? But the C1 doesn't do much. Is there any other way of properly buffing your... Columbina? Or, sorry, buffing your Llama? Not really, right? Fischl gives 180 EM, but she gives it to the wrong character. You want to get the EM on Llama, not Columbina. But you can't on-field Llama. You want to on-field Columbina. So it has to be team-wide EM. But it's kind of just a Sucrose thing to get team-wide EM. Albedo does too, I guess, but you don't want to have to build the R on him. And you don't generate enough energy to burst every rotation. Unless you do build the R on Albedo. Maybe that's the play. Maybe Fav Albedo's the play, actually. Is it just a Fav Albedo angle? It might just be a Fav Albedo angle. Ah, man, it might be a Fav Albedo angle. Does Albedo get you Lunar Crystallize? Like, he'll trigger Lunar Crystallize, but will he actually trigger it 3 times but before the fucking towers expire? I don't know if it does. Like, I actually don't know if it does. Any knowers? Would Durin be good? Yes, but we already knew Durin was good. When I did my calcs, was I assuming Widsith when I did Durin? I wasn't. Oh boy. This team might be even better than I fucking thought. Lunar Crystal like constructs lasts 10 seconds if you didn't know. Yeah, is 10 seconds enough for Albedo to apply Geo 3 times? Surely, right? Sometimes. Probably. Kind of. Yeah, he does have standard ICD. So, yeah. It's a little cooked. Hazo gives party-wide 80 EM. I mean, so does Dendro Resonance. So like, if you're putting Hazo on the team for that, then just put fucking Dendro Mannequin and don't swap to them, and it'll be better. Right? Should I actually, like, update my calc with Durin? We might as well, right? The biggest problem with Durin is that Sucrose is a little bit more sus here. Because we need to apply enough Hydro to get our actual Lunar Blooms so that we generate our Verdant, right? So we will need to start weaving in some normal attacks on Columbina. But that might not be too much of a problem. I don't know. Anyways, we also need to add multiplier vape. And we need to split what's vaping and what's not vaping. We're probably vaping this. We're probably vaping like 4 of these. We're probably vaping this. At least 5. Then this is gone. Then this is gone. How is Sucrose an instructor in 100 plus EM? Because it's not that hard to get this amount of EM on instructor. Right? Main stats. Substats. Serenade. 2-piece instructor. 4-piece instructor. Sack frag. Anyways. It's probably Serenade Fab Durin, right? Maybe we go Iron Sting on him, but we're not going to get a lot of blooms. We get like... Yeah. Fuck, this team might be goated, actually. Uh-oh. Anyways, no absorption Sucrose Burst to weaken Pyro Aura. It weakens a Pyro Aura even if it gets the absorption, whether it gets it or not. Well, we could do that, actually. It's just, I don't know if you're getting your ER requirements on Instructor. Probably not. But when you have the burst, you use it, yeah. Like, every other rotation, you probably use the burst. And then you don't have to swap back to her to refresh anything. Kinda. I don't know. We make a Columbina guide document like you did with Flynn's. I wasn't planning on it, but I'm kind of starting to want to. What will be the rotation here? I have no clue. I don't think it matters. You just use abilities. And when you have abilities to use, you use Columbina charge attacks. I really don't think your rotation matters at all. Anyways, we don't get any blooms here, right? We're getting Burgeons on Durin instead. We get... Yeah. Hydro Shred is still the same, but Dendro Shred is higher. Because we have 35 from Durin, so it's 1.4. Why is this lower? Oh. Because I didn't put the vape damage. There we go. Okay, how much EM does he get here? Main stats. Instructor. Serenade. Substats. Is that it? That's it. Maybe we go Iron Sting instead of Fav. I don't really get any value out of the Fav, honestly. We also don't get the 50 EM from Swirling Hydro in this team anymore. We do get... My bad. The 50 EM from Swirling Pyro instead. Yeah. This should be 1.4 now. Yeah. This is looking pretty good, yeah. But I don't know how realistic 8 blooms is. Like, I'll need to test it before I'm sure about this one. But it's not that much better. I was expecting a bigger gap. Why is the gap so small? I guess we're already pretty saturated on Shred, huh? So will Columbina, Loma, Cookie, Singto, normal Hyperloom with Loma on field be worse? Probably, yeah. Was it better than Columbina, Nefa, Durin, Mona? I'm not sure about that one. I haven't looked at that enough yet. We can take a look at it now. So, Columbina, Inefa, Durin, Mona. Probably go Serenade, Mona. Wins, Durin. And then Morningstar on both of these. Is that true? No, it's not. Probably go Sky on Columbina, right? It should be incredibly small if it is an upgrade. But yeah, like, I think you go Sky. because the 10% bonus from Sky is really nice. So even if you don't have full uptime on the crit, as long as you have enough, it's probably fine. And like, if you just swap, like, it's not like this team has a dedicated on-fielder. So as long as you swap back to Columbina periodically and you have like at least 2/3 uptime on it, it's probably better than the new set. Right? And then you get 10% more lunar damage on Inefa, which is nice. Anyways, in this team, okay, what weapon would we go? I mean, I guess the whole purpose of doing this is to go for a damage weapon. So we don't really want to go Proto Amber. If we're going to go Proto Amber, we shouldn't bring a Hydrolast slot. Right, like Mona is probably on Proto Amber if we want the tiny bit of healing. But we can't go Sack Jade because it's way too much crit. So I guess it's just Witsith. Deathmatch. Is the Siren Sting? Lion's Roar? Wolf Fang? I guess Wolf Fang for now, I guess. I suppose, kind of. Yeah, we'll look at Mona C4. But the Mona C4 is probably not helping Columbina too much because we have too much crit. Actually, it kind of is. Because we don't have full uptime on Sky anyways, so it helps alleviate the lack, like the times where Sky is not there. Yeah. Alright, HP percent will be 2 main stats. Is it 2 main stats or is it hydro damage in this team? It's probably 2 main stats, I think. Substats, hydro resonance. Damage percent, we have Mona. 60 times... What's the uptime gonna be here? About 2/3, honestly. We probably do pretty consistent 18-second rotations. Is that true, actually? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Elemental Mastery will be... Okay, we have Sky, we have Substats, we have Witsith, we have Serenade, and then Inefa. But Inefa does not burst every rotation, and even on rotations where she does burst, it's not full uptime on Columbina. So let's say divided by 4. Inefa base attack, 330, deathmatch, attack percent. Just same shit as this, but we don't have the 25. Instead, we have 24 from deathmatch. 350, yeah. Very cool. We also get 80 elemental mastery from Mona's C4. And that is it. EM multiplier on lunar damage. Can we get lo-fi? You want the lo-fi playlist? You know what? Sure. Why not? If I can find it. There you go. Okay, so EM multiplier is 1.21 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus. 20% from the 2 sets. About 20% from the Ascendant Gleam bonus. Do we have anything else? We have the Colomina Burst. 40%, and that's it, right? Is that the only EM multiplier we have? It is, right? We only have Lunar Charge for Columbina reactions. Yeah. Crit value. 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 30 from passive, 60 from Sky. But Sky is not full uptimes. Full uptime is going to be about 2/3 uptime. What else do we have? We have Mona's C4. Which is 15 times 2, but it's not, because it's not full uptime, and sometimes it overlaps with Sky uptime. So it's like maybe half uptime, average-ish, kind of. Any other sources of crit? We have Witsith. And I think that's it, right? Effective attack is, or effective HP. I forgot to give the 16 damage from Witsith. There you go. Then effective HP Lunar. We'll look at the EM multiplier instead. Lunar Charge proc will be 2604 base. But I'll put that in a different spot, actually, yeah. Proc 2, we don't have anything else here. Motion value, let's yoink. Because I am lazy. We burst every rotation in this one. Motion value Lunar, it's 24, right? I just know it's 8% times 3 times 3. Number of lunar charges, 9 times 4/3. Damage is effective HP times motion value times resistance multiplier times defense multiplier. Damaged Lunar does not have the defense multiplier. Damaged Lunar Charge is she or is Inefa primary trigger? We'll figure that out later. Inefa, damage percent, same as this without the Widsith. EM, half uptime on this one. Substats, 2-piece. We do not have Widsith. Serenade, passive. Mona C2. I think that's it. Yeah, multiplier. I forgot the... Do you get Lunar Charge damage from Mona C4? You do, right? It's Lunar Bloom that you don't get. So 15% times 2/3. This is 24% times 2/3. And also 60 from the set bonus. Crit value. 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Deathmatch and Mona. So our crit multiplier is this. Okay, so they're basically proccing for the same amount. So it doesn't matter who's primary. Effective attack will just be this. Yep. Effective attack lunar will just be this. Yeah. Motion value. Inefa. Your name's Inefa. 146.9. 163.2 times 9. 1150.6 divided by 2. 65 times 3 times 9. Yeah. Okay, then the damage here. Shred on Electro. Wait, I'm an idiot. There was no shred on Hydro. Oopsie. It's fine. Shred on Electro is there. Yeah. Then for this one, it's this. Yeep. Okay. And now Durin damage. Doesn't Llama shred Hydro too? She sure does, but she needs to be on your team to do that, so it doesn't happen in this one. we're looking at the Inefa one now. It's not Llama anymore. Don't think we need attack Goblet to get to the 2500 in this one, right? Maybe we do. We do. So I guess we do go attack Goblet then. I wonder if Wins is even better than Noblesse at that point. Probably. Damage percent. We have Mona's damage percent. We have true. We have Wolf Fang, which is 16, right? EM 80 from substats. We do not have 80 from a 2-piece. Serenade, we don't have Inefa. And then Mona C4. Yeah, multiplier. 25 divided by 9 multiplied by EM divided by 1401 plus EM. Plus 1 plus 24% times 2/3 because of Mona. Crit value. Crit ascension, main stat, substat. Weapon is 27.6. Mona is 45 times 2/3. And Wolf Fang. Oops. Then effective attack. This is on non-vape, right? I guess I want the vape one first. Then the non-vape. I also need the EM multiplier for overload, which is 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. An overload proc is 3979 times this. Motion value. Now we got the annoying part, so 179.5 to... Was it 202.2? 202.2. That's not 202.2. Not divided by 2. That would have messed things up a lot. 160.9. Vaped. On burst buffed. Pyro hits. I mean, it's an 18-second rotation, so we get 16 hits. Out of those, 10 are buffed, which means 6 aren't buffed, and 3 of those are vaping. 160.9 times, and 4 of them that are buffed will be vaping. 1 plus minimum of 75%, and 3% of total attack divided by 100. Okay. This is times 1.5 because it's all vaping. Then for the stuff that is not vaping, we have 163.9. 190.1. 3 of those, 6 of those. Yeah. Then number of overloads should be 10. Damage for Pyro is getting the shred. And then Mona's damage will be like 5k here. So you're a little bit above 140k. I think that makes sense. It's fairly similar to what I was getting with the Llama one. But the damage is a lot more split. What I've gotten out of Columbina Calcs is that every single team is between 120 and 140k as long as you put one of Inefa or Llama in it. Pretty much, yeah. That's a fair conclusion to get to, actually. Flynn's and Nefer are frauds? Yeah, kind of. Kind of, yeah. I'm pretty sure that for all of the Nodcry carries, getting the Nodcry carry will be worse team DPS than getting a Constellation on Columbina with the and using her as a quote-unquote carry with the Nodcry support. Columbina C1 is ass, though. I mean, just get her R1 instead, then. But is it really that bad? Yeah. I mean, this is probably above Flynn's, right? Like, when you actually include the mono damage here? This is probably above Flynn's, yeah. So... Oh, there was also the 1.5 elevation I didn't put, but that doesn't matter that much. Like, you're right that it's not that big of an upgrade, but also, she's already close enough that even a small upgrade is enough to put her over. Yeah, we can take a look at Sig as well. Sig won't be as good in this team as it is in the Llama team, though. Right, because it's... 10% max HP... Energy... Another 14% max HP, so 24% max HP, and 60 lunar crit. So... we lose Widsith here, and here, and we gain 24 HP. We gain... oh god. Yeah. So, Sig is like 12k DPS here. Eh. What about Ineffa's Sig? Ineffa's Sig might be better in this one, actually. Because, like, in this one, the ER from Sig actually matters. And more of the damage scales with Colomina's crit. Right? So if we go Sig in this one, we get 24% here. We lose the 16 here. We lose the 80 here. We get burst every rotation now. We get, instead of 55.1, 148.2. We get the motion value of the burst every rotation. Yeah. So in this one, it's 30k to go Sig. Did we get a burst from who's Sig? From Colomina's Sig. In this team. Should be fairly similar in the Sugo's Yoda version too. Honestly, I've seen a lot of people batting Colombina Ineffa, and not a lot of people talking about Colombina and Llama, but I think they're very, very similar. Like, they're basically the same, straight up. Colombina Ineffa is more versatile because you don't need to on-field either of them, so you can kind of use it to wheelchair whatever carry you want. And Colombina Llama scales way better with vertical investment if you want cons. Being a llama is about Colombina having more personal damage. Yeah, personal in quotation marks. Yeah, as llamas C2. What does it do again? Oh shit. Oh wow. Okay, right. That's fuck. Right. That's kind of good here, huh? Wait. How much is it? Sorry. Yeah. That's that's something. Nice little plus 60k DPS. It is two cons. Sure. Is that both C2 and 6? No, that's Witsith. Yeah, that's just from C2 Lum. Yeah, as it turns out, when like almost half of your damage is coming from Llama's quills, doubling the damage of Llama's quills and doing something else tends to do a decent amount. Like, who could have seen that one coming? Okay. Honestly, I am so glad that Nefer and Flynn's are turning out to be frauds right now. Because, like, for both of them, technically, on release, they will be the best, like, lunar teams. But they're, like, 5% above the best alternative with their dedicated supports without them. Which is fucking hilarious. I think Quill motion value on Colombina should be... I don't think so. Because it's plus 400, so it should be 772. No? It'll be 800 at talent level 10, but I'm using talent level 9 for this. Jeff rage baiting Flint and Nefermains to end the war. True. Wait, actually, I have a banger tweet. This whole Flynn's and Nefer war thing is so pointless. The best nod cry carry is Nocturne's curtain call because R1 C0 R1 carry Colombina beats C0 R0 nod cry carries with Colombina on the team. To be fair, that team is 4 cost. I mean, some of them are, but like... We take a look at this one with Sig. It'll be better too. Right? Like this is still better than Flynn's or Nefer. Is it though? Yeah. Is that not also 4 cost? No. 2 5-stars, 1 Sig. That's 3. Technically, you can probably get Sustainless Nefer like 1% above, but like, have fun with that, man. Have fun with that, man. We also check Dawning Frost. Dawning Frost won't be very good, though. EM on Columbina is not as good as a lot of the other stuff. Like, all you want is crit, honestly. It's kind of the only stat you care about. So the fact that her weapon gives fucking 148 is kind of a big deal. Columbina is actually held back so much by the fact that Sackjade is crit rate instead of crit damage. If Sackjade was crit damage, she'd be so much better as a carry for people who have it. Because Witsit doesn't do that much for her. What about C2 Columbina? We can take a look at that as well, sure. Is there any alternative to Sigs with the other 5-star weapons? That's a good question. How much crit do you get from this? This is 8. Is it full? It's not exactly full uptime, though. But I guess it's fine, right? Just use skill when you swap to her. Not as part of your setup, I suppose. Like, you can get full uptime on her damage with this, probably. So it's what, 36 crit damage, 120 EM, 8 crit rate. So it's what, 16, 36, 52 CV? You get 120, 8% less CV. 120 EM instead of 24% HP. Shouldn't be too far behind, assuming that, assuming that you don't need the energy from her SIG. But if you do need the energy, then it starts making a difference. What about Navidad SIG? That's gonna be pretty bad. She doesn't like HP as much. She doesn't like damage percent at all. All she cares about is crit. Really. So her main scaling was HP? Yeah, but she doesn't do that much damage from her scalings. Like, pretty much half of her damage is Llama's Quills. Her HP doesn't affect that. Her EM also doesn't affect that. Her Lunar Bloom damage also doesn't affect that. It's just crit. Like, HP and EM are better on her than, like, attack is on Nefer, for example, but it's not that great, right? Yeah, like, the reason why Dawning Frost isn't that good is because you don't care that much about the EM, right? If it gave EM to Llama, it would be good. It would be great. But it doesn't. It gives EM to Columbina. Boo. Boo. I guess you could use that. He doesn't say it because it gives EM to Llama, but 32 is not a lot. Or no, sorry, 40 is not a lot. And the EM substat is way worse than a crit substat. Does that make Widsith refinements less important? Yes, it does. But yeah, her stats matter. Like, her stats other than crit matter more in teams with Inefa, right? It's just in teams with Llama that it's kind of only crit that matters. But yeah. Honestly, maybe I'm supposed to not have her on Sky in this team. Or sorry, not this one, in this team. Just because Sack Jade is so much better than Widsith. Alright, if we have this on Morningstar as well, we lose the Sky for the rest of the team. Alright, so we lose the 10%. Here. And here. We lose Widsith. We lose Widsith EM. We gain 32% HP. 40 EM. We lose the Sky crit. We get the Sack Jade crit. Wait. Yeah, we lose a Sky crit. We lose a Widsith crit. We get a Sack Jade crit. We gain the Morningstar 60%. This is a little bit higher. You can control Shift V to paste only the value without the formula. A lot of the time, I don't want to paste the value. I want to paste a part of the formula, so I can't do that. But, like, I can also just do this, right? And it's not that much slower than Control Shift V. But I guess I could get a bit faster if I started learning it properly. Or if I started, like, implementing it properly. Yeah, this would also now be reversed here. And then... yeah. Anything else here? I guess the Mona C4 would basically not fucking do anything anymore here. So I should remove a bit more CV. Because, like, you're overcapped already. So it's not really a big difference, right? Like, that's the problem. You just get too much crit. Is your latest tweet rage bait, or is that actually true? It's kind of both. Like, it is rage bait a little bit. But that doesn't make it wrong. Like... Llama and Inef are just too strong. That's basically just what it is, right? I think, unironically, Zabao's probably the only Nodcry carry that isn't a fraud. Because, like, Flynn's isn't good, he's just the character designed to get carried by Inefa. Nefer isn't good, she's just the character designed to get carried by Llama. Zabao actually is pretty good, right? She's carried by Columbina. She's not as reliant on Columbina as anyone else is reliant on their dedicated carries. Like, Flynn's with 4-star Nogcry characters is a lot worse than Zabao with 4-star Nogcry characters. Same with Nefer. Oh yeah, Zabai. My bad. Bro, I got... okay, my bad. My brain forgot that her name was Zabai and just remembered the emote. Like, unironically, like, I didn't even say that, like, knowingly as a bit. I'm just a fucking idiot, and I forgot. But yeah. You focus too much on the kit itself in a team-based game. But, like, I don't think that's true. Because it's not that, oh, like, Zabai is a lot stronger by herself, but is worse in overall team. Like, her best overall team is almost as good as Flynn's and Nefer's best overall teams. And her alternatives, for people who don't have the other good supports, are way better. She functions a lot better if you do have the good supports, but you need to use them somewhere else. She's better when Lunar gets countered. And both Flynn's and Nefer are not something that someone who is going exclusively for meta and willing to go for vertical investment should ever do. Because Flynn's with C0 or 0 Columbina is worse than Columbina C0 R1 without Flynn's. For the same amount of wishes, you'll get a stronger team if you don't go for Flynn's or Nefer. Right? The fact that that Nefer and Flynn's kind of got much weaker individual kits because of how strong Llama and Inefa are. It doesn't matter by itself, but the fact that that translates to not pulling for them, giving you teams that are almost as good as theirs, and using the wishes on someone else, giving you teams that are stronger than theirs, does. Like, that is relevant even if it's a team-based game. You know? I hope that makes sense. I'm a little bit tired now, so... Who's stronger between Carry Columbina and Columbina less Zabai? Carry Columbina for sure. But that's assuming you have one of the Nogcry supports. If you don't, she's kind of bad. Like you know what? Let me make a right now. Okay, let me pull up the tier maker. I will tier list how good / important to have I think all the Nogcry characters are. No, that's not a Nogcry character. Okay. All right. That's what I got for you. Okay. We could be a little bit more like kind and do like this maybe. Kindness doesn't suit you. Okay, sorry. My bad, I guess. You can make the argument that Aino goes here too. But the thing is, Aino's only good if you don't have these, right? Ilua isn't that bad, he is. He is that bad. A character with a strong C6 who at C6 is a side grade to alternatives isn't good. The reason why Yahuda's higher is because she's at least a healer. And some of these teams appreciate the fact that you have a healer now. Okay, but Nefer is better than Flynn's and Zabai. I don't think that's true, honestly. Like, there are aspects of her kit that make her able to do Dire at C0 or 0 a little bit more easily, so a little bit more often. But a lot of these aspects of her kit are also parts of her kit that make her harder to approach for new players, right? It's optimization that if you don't do, she's way worse than Flynn's. And if you do, she's slightly better. But that slightly better can be the difference between having the DPS to clear Dire and not having it. It's so hard to press shift. I mean, I don't know why you're pretending like that's all you need to do for her to be better. With the new Sucrose rotation for Flynn's, is Colomina less Flynn's better than Nefer? He's pretty similar, basically. Like, yeah, you tell me just press shift, I raise you, just swap to Sucrose. Congrats, you now both have, like, they now both have the same DPS. Like, okay. Like, congrats, man. It doesn't matter because both are fucking frauds. Isn't the Sucrose deck Inefa DPS and not Flynn's DPS? I mean, do you think that Colomina's is increasing Nefer teams or making Nefer do more damage? She's improving the team by making Llama do more damage. By allowing you to hold the Llama. And by using the extra quills you get. You know, like reply on your tweet that I think perfectly describes Nefer. Let's take a look. You don't get it? It's not about facts or sheet or meta. It's about agenda. Your favorite is Wash. Our favorite is goated. True. Chat, I can't tell if this person's favorite is supposed to be Nefer or Flynn's out of this. Like, I don't know if this is supposed to be like you need to be tryhard with Nefer to get to have her be better than Flynn's, or if this is that it's just dash canceling. Is it really that hard? like this is amazing vague posting. I feel like both sides could use this. Fucking hell, man. Okay, man. Ain't no way. That's so funny, actually. Fuck, man. Okay, I got, like, fuck, he got me on that one. Okay. That's okay, man. Who is Jin? So, I tweeted the best carry is Nocturne's Curtain Call, which is the name of Columbina's signature. And LCK caster Atlas replied with, I believe curtain call is Jin's, not Nocturne's. Because the name of Jin's ultimate in League of Legends is curtain call, and Nocturne is also a champion. So it's like, no, it's not Nocturne's curtain call. It's Jin's. It's not as funny if you explain it, but it's okay. Oh man, what am I even supposed to reply to this? Should I try to? I feel like nothing I can say will be as funny as what he said, right? Because like pointing it out the first time is way funnier than anything you can do after that. So I feel like it's a lost cause. It's a lost battle. Like I could say something like that's just your paranoia speaking. But like that's not that funny, you know? Like that's just really not that funny compared to what he said, you know? Just type caught. No. Just retweet and accept defeat. Yeah, maybe that's the play. Yeah, maybe that's the play, actually. You're right. That's the play. For sure. Do you ever try and make sense? True. True. So true. Oh. I had not seen this tweet before. John KQM just dropped a new KQM standard proposal. Oh. Good one, Art. Hmm. Anyways. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today, chat. We'll probably record the Durin post-release tomorrow. Should feel good enough for it. But obviously it's gonna be posted after the banner's gone, unfortunately. Oh, we haven't done our stall yet, that's true. We can speedrun that. Stare. Pound. Zilch. Conk. Easy clap. Yep, cock. Don't know what the fuck Kermit says, man. What's Vietnam's capital again? I forgot. It's Hanoi, right? I think. Irked. Can't. Carol. Noel. Is Jolly a name? I suppose not. We will figure out what the fuck Elmo said. Oh. Elmo, or sorry, not Elmo. Kermit says hi ho. Cool. I see. How close is that? It's like 9 degrees away, I would say. Maybe a bit more than that. Maybe it's like 11. Okay. Easy fucking clap. Angled in 1 today. We take those. We fucking take those. Okay. Alright, man. We take those. We fucking take those. That's, right? Yeah. I have no clue. Absolute duo. Okay. What the fuck is this, bro? What in the hell is this, bro? Is that a VTuber thing? It might be a VTuber thing, actually. Bet. Easy clap. Easy fucking clap. I don't know this one at all. Okay. Well, that's fine. I don't know any of these. I'm cooked. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's from Bookworm. I don't remember what his name was. Can I remember what his name was? If I think really hard? Like maybe he doesn't have a name. Maybe his name was just no. Okay, he does have a name. Fuck. I forgot. Ferdinand. Yeah. Nah, it's coming back to me now. Alright, whatever. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Is it a Baki day? Never Baki, man. Chat, any helpers? Let's try, like... Number 6, Trust. It's above 8, so it can't be number 6. Fuck you. My bad. Any, like, romance or drama? Oh, maybe, yeah. Is that a good guess? Is that manga? I don't actually know. It is manga. Okay. From 2016, received better. Ooh. When was the silent voice? Was that 2016? Yeah, it was. Huge. What? Bro, I have 30k before the opening and you don't... Okay, thank God. Fixed. Okay. What the hell is this, man? I don't know. What the fuck is this? 9? What? Dude, what the fuck is this, man? I have no idea. Okay. I think I might have an idea now. I wonder what anime might have five girls that look somewhat similar to one another. I mean, I think it's that. It is. Okay, bet. Thank God they had a shot that had all 5 of them, because otherwise I would not have figured it out. Oh, God. Have I heard this before? I don't know. Maybe. Yes, I have. What's it called again? Fuck. Was it It's not... Yeah, it was Wistoria, right? I think so. Yeah. Holy shit, chat. We're at 40k. Okay. I mean, I don't... Okay. Oh. GG. I have no idea what this is, man. This looks like 2000s slop. Yeah. Koi 7 from 2005. Well, we got a 40k today. That's pretty good. That's pretty alright. You know, we take those. Anyways, so that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow, we'll do the during post-release. Let's raid Eeks. He's doing his fucking Abyss attempts. I'm sure he's having a good time. Everyone go say hi, be nice, and I will see you guys tomorrow.